Tonight, nothing is calling for you. No problem is waiting to be solved. No feeling needs to be understood. No moment is asking you to respond. If your mind feels a little tired, not from doing too much, but from being available for too long, that is okay. Many days do not exhaust us with effort. They exhaust us with constant readiness. Ready to answer, ready to react, ready to notice, ready to care. The Buddha taught that much of our restlessness comes not from action, but from always being on alert, even when nothing is happening. Tonight, you do not need to be alert. You do not need to listen closely. You do not need to follow every word. You are allowed to drift. If you are lying down, feel how the surface beneath you receives your body fully. You are not holding yourself up. You are being held. If you are sitting, let the weight of your body drop downward, as if gravity is doing you a kindness. Let the shoulders soften. Let the hands rest. Let the breath move freely. There is nothing you might miss. Nothing important will happen suddenly. Life can move without your supervision. In Buddhism, there is a quiet understanding. Awareness does not need tension. Presence does not require effort. Peace appears when the mind is no longer scanning for what needs attention next. Tonight's stories will stay close to that place. Moments when nothing is urgent. Moments when the mind keeps checking anyway. Moments when we learn, gently, that it is safe to stop monitoring life. These are not dramatic stories. They are soft ones, ordinary ones, the kind that slip past us every day, unless we slow down enough to notice. If your thoughts wander, let them wander. If sleep arrives early, let it arrive. The Dharma does not demand focus. It invites ease. Take one slow breath in, and as you breathe out, let go of the need to pay attention to everything. The first story begins with a very small moment, a moment when nothing at all was happening, and yet the mind refused to rest. When you are ready, we will begin Story 1. The notification that never came. At first, it felt like nothing. Just a quiet habit. Rena sat on the couch with a blanket over her legs, the room dim and calm, her phone resting face down on the coffee table. She had finished everything she needed to do. The dishes were done. The laundry was folded. The lights were low. This was the part of the evening meant for rest, and yet her attention was not resting. It hovered, like a small animal in a field, listening for movement. Rena didn't pick up her phone. She didn't check it, but a part of her was waiting for it, waiting for the buzz, the light, the small sound that meant something needed her. The Buddha taught that the mind can become attached to alertness because alertness feels like safety. Rena tried to read a book. Her eyes moved across the page, but she didn't absorb the words. She turned a page without remembering the last one. She listened. The room was quiet. No messages, no notifications, no calls. And still, her body behaved as if something might happen at any moment. She noticed her breath, a little high in her chest, not tight, just ready, as if she were prepared to stand up quickly, prepared to respond, prepared to handle whatever came next. But nothing came. The silence continued, and that was the strange part, because the absence of notification didn't feel peaceful. It felt unfinished, like the night hadn't started yet, like she couldn't fully settle until she knew there was nothing else to do. Rena reached for her phone without thinking. She picked it up, turned it over, and looked. Nothing. No new messages, no missed calls. She put it back down. A few seconds passed. Then she picked it up again. Not because she expected something, because checking had become a reflex. The Buddha taught that suffering can be built from very small movements, not dramatic ones. Tiny ones we repeat until they become our way of living. Rena leaned back and closed her eyes for a moment. She tried to relax her shoulders, but the effort felt strange. Relaxing felt like letting her guard down, and letting her guard down felt unsafe, even though she was safe. She noticed how the mind scanned the quiet. Did I forget something? Is someone upset with me? Should I send a message first? The thoughts were soft, not panicked, but persistent. The kind of thoughts that keep a person awake even on an easy night. Rena opened her eyes. The room looked the same. The lamp glowed softly. The blanket was warm. The air felt gentle. Nothing demanded attention. And yet, her attention continued to search. The Buddha taught that when the mind is used to urgency, calm can feel unfamiliar. Rena placed one hand on her stomach. She felt her breath move, in, out. For a moment, the scanning paused, not because she forced it, but because she felt something more real than her thoughts. The body, warm, present, here. She realized something gently. She was not waiting for a message. She was waiting for permission to rest. And she had been waiting for it to come from outside, from a notification, from confirmation, from some sign that the world didn't need her anymore. But tonight, the world was already quiet. The only thing still calling her was the habit of being on alert. In the next part of this story, a very small shift in the way she meets the quiet will gently reveal how safety can be felt from within, even when no notification arrives. Rena stayed where she was. The phone remained on the table, face down. The room did not change, and yet, inside her, something kept moving. A soft readiness, a quiet leaning forward, as if the moment were incomplete until it asked something of her. She noticed how often her attention drifted toward the phone without her deciding to look, like a tide pulled by the moon, not urgent, not anxious, just constant. The Buddha taught that vigilance can become a habit even when danger is long gone. Rina adjusted the blanket around her shoulders. The fabric was warm, comforting. Her body appreciated it immediately, but the mind stayed alert. What if someone needs me? What if I miss something important? The thoughts did not shout. They whispered, and because they whispered, they felt believable. She took a slow breath in, then out. The breath moved, even without instruction. She realized how little effort the body needed to keep itself alive. Heartbeat, breath, warmth, all happening quietly, without her supervision. She leaned her head back against the couch and closed her eyes. The darkness behind her eyelids felt wide, open, not empty. She noticed how uncomfortable it felt to not be scanning, like stepping into a room without turning on the lights right away. The mind wanted to reach, to check, to confirm. She felt the urge clearly now, not to look at the phone, but to be needed. The Buddha taught that the desire to be needed can quietly prevent rest. Rena let that thought settle. She had always been the one who replied quickly, the one who remembered, the one who stayed available. It felt kind, responsible, but it also kept her slightly tense, even in moments meant for rest. She placed both feet flat on the floor and noticed the solid ground beneath them. Reliable, unmoving. The floor did not need her attention. It simply supported her. She let her attention move upward, the weight of her legs, the softness of the couch, the warmth of the blanket. Each sensation anchored her a little more. The scanning slowed, not stopped, but softened. The phone remained silent. And for the first time that evening, the silence did not feel like a problem. It felt like a condition, a space. The Buddha taught that safety is not always found in readiness. Sometimes it is found in allowing the moment to remain unanswered. Rena noticed her breath deepen naturally. In, out. Her shoulders dropped slightly. The space behind her eyes softened. The mind still checked now and then. A quick glance inward. Nothing yet. But the checking felt weaker, less convincing. Time passed without being measured. The room grew quieter, not in sound, but in urgency. Rena realized something gently. If a notification came later, she would handle it. If it didn't come at all, nothing would break. She did not need to stay alert to be capable. Capability did not disappear with rest. The body knew how to respond when the time came, and until then, it knew how to rest. She felt a gentle tiredness arrive, not exhaustion, relief. The relief of not needing to listen so closely. Her breathing slowed further. The phone stayed silent, and this time, the silence felt like permission. In the next part of this story, a brief moment during the night will quietly complete this lesson, showing how deeply rest arrives when the mind learns it does not have to stay on watch. Sometime during the night, Rena stirred slightly. Not awake, not asleep, just floating somewhere in between. The room was dark, still, the kind of stillness that no longer asked to be monitored. For a brief moment, the old habit tried to rise, a subtle awareness. Is there anything I need to respond to? The thought was faint, almost tired. She did not move. She did not reach. Her body remained heavy against the couch, wrapped in warmth. She noticed something quietly important. Nothing bad happened when she didn't check. The world did not fall apart. No urgency appeared. No problem demanded her attention. The silence continued, steady, uneventful, safe. The Buddha taught that when vigilance softens, the nervous system remembers how to rest. Reina's breath moved slowly, in, out. Each exhale felt longer than the last. The body was no longer preparing to respond. It was preparing to let go. The phone remained on the table, dark, still, and for the first time in a long while, its silence did not feel like absence. It felt like completion. The habit of scanning faded further, not erased, just no longer in charge. The mind did not need to keep watch. The body had taken over. Heartbeat steady, breath slow, muscles relaxed. Reina drifted back into sleep without noticing the moment it happened. There was no edge, no transition, just a gentle dissolving. In the morning, light entered the room softly. Rena woke feeling different, not energized, not especially refreshed, but calm in a way she hadn't felt in a long time. Her first instinct was familiar: to reach, to check, and then she noticed the instinct without following it. She stayed still, just for a few breaths. Nothing terrible happened. Nothing urgent appeared. She realized something gently. Even when she slept, the world had managed itself. Messages, if any, had waited. Life had continued without her constant attention. The Buddha taught that true safety comes from trust, not from control. Rena eventually reached for her phone, not hurried, not anxious. There was a message, nothing dramatic, nothing urgent, something that could be handled easily. And she smiled softly, not because of the message, but because she felt rested before reading it. The notification had never come during the night, and it had not been needed. The mind had learned something simple and deep. It is safe to stop watching. It is safe to rest. As you rest here now, listening, you may notice how your own body responds when it no longer feels responsible for everything. When the need to stay alert softens. In the next story, we will explore another quiet habit of the mind. Not vigilance, but self-interruption. That subtle way we break our own rest by thinking we should be doing something else. Through a very ordinary situation, the Buddha's teaching on allowing rest to be uninterrupted will gently unfold. If you are awake, you may listen on. If you are drifting, that is perfect. When you are ready, we will begin Story 2. The moment he didn't let finish. The moment was already peaceful. That was the strange part. Daniel was lying on his bed with the lights dimmed, one arm resting across his chest, the window slightly open to let in the cool night air. His breathing had slowed, not forced, not guided, just slowing on its own. His body felt ready, not dramatically tired, but settled. This was usually when sleep arrived. And then he interrupted it. A small thought appeared. I should check one more thing, not urgent, not anxious, just reasonable. Daniel opened his eyes. The room came back into focus. The ceiling above him, softly lit by the streetlight outside. He hadn't moved yet, but the rest had already been broken. The Buddha taught that rest often ends not because something goes wrong, but because we interrupt it ourselves. Daniel turned onto his side and reached for his phone on the nightstand. He unlocked it without thinking. There was nothing new, no messages, no notifications. He scrolled briefly, then put the phone down again. He lay back, closed his eyes, tried to return to the feeling he had just left, but the moment was gone. Not completely, just thinner, more fragile. His breath was higher now, the body slightly alert again. He waited. A few seconds passed. Then another thought. I didn't set my alarm. He sat up, set the alarm, lay back down, closed his eyes again. The Buddha taught that the mind has difficulty trusting rest because rest feels unproductive. Daniel noticed how this happened every night. Just as the body began to release, the mind found something else to do. Something small, something harmless, but enough to pull him back. He felt the quiet frustration of it now. Not anger, just weariness. Why can't I just let myself sleep? The thought lingered briefly, then dissolved. He noticed the tension behind his eyes, the faint effort in his chest. The moment had been interrupted, and the mind did not know how to return to it. Daniel lay still. The room was quiet. Nothing else demanded attention. And yet, rest felt further away than it had moments ago. The Buddha taught that peace often appears on its own and disappears the moment we try to manage it. Daniel remembered how earlier that evening he had sat on the couch feeling tired. He had waited for the right moment to go to bed, and when it arrived, he had not trusted it. He had stepped away from it as if it might not last. Another thought surfaced. Maybe I should read for a few minutes. He felt the urge clearly to do something, anything, rather than stay with the unfinished moment of rest. Daniel stayed still instead, just for now. He noticed how unfamiliar that felt, like stopping mid-step. The body wanted to move. The mind wanted closure. But he let the moment remain incomplete. The breath began to slow again, not as deeply as before, but enough. He felt the mattress supporting him, the blanket resting lightly on his legs, the air moving in and out of his nose. The moment was trying to return. Quietly, carefully. The Buddha taught that rest is shy. It does not arrive loudly, and it leaves easily when disturbed. Daniel stayed with the sensation of not doing, of not finishing, of not correcting. The mind reached again. Did I lock the door? He almost laughed. Not out loud, just internally. He recognized the pattern now. The mind would always find another reason, another interruption, because it did not trust stillness. Daniel did not get up. He did not check. He let the thought pass unanswered. For a few breaths, nothing happened. Then something subtle shifted. The body softened again. The space between thoughts widened. The moment began to finish itself. Not because he forced it, but because he stopped interrupting. In the next part of this story, a quiet experience during the night will gently deepen this lesson, revealing how rest completes itself when we allow moments to end in their own time. Daniel stayed where he was. That was the only thing he did. He did not try to sleep. He did not try to relax. He did not try to correct the moment. He simply did not interrupt it again. At first, that felt strangely difficult. The mind was used to stepping in, to fixing, to checking, to adding one more small action. Doing nothing felt unfinished, almost irresponsible. The Buddha taught that the mind often mistrusts stillness because stillness offers no proof, no confirmation, no result, no clear outcome. Daniel noticed how thoughts continued to appear. I should turn over. Maybe this position isn't right. What if I wake up tired tomorrow? Each thought felt practical, reasonable. None of them felt urgent. And yet, each one carried the same movement, an interruption. He let the thoughts come and go without following them. This was new. Usually, he would respond immediately. He would move, adjust, do something. Now, he stayed. The body reacted. There was a subtle restlessness at first, like energy with nowhere to go. His legs felt slightly awake. His hands wanted to move. He noticed how the body had learned that stillness was temporary, that it would soon be followed by action. Tonight, the action did not come. Gradually, the body began to trust that. The breath slowed, not evenly at first. A long inhale, a shorter exhale. Then the rhythm smoothed out, in, out. The mattress supported him steadily. The blanket rested gently. Nothing shifted. Nothing demanded response. The moment continued on its own. Daniel realized something quietly. The moment he had interrupted earlier had not disappeared. It had only paused. And now, without interruption, it was resuming. Rest was not something he had to create. It was something he had to stop interfering with. The Buddha taught that peace is already present, but fragile. It does not compete with effort. It waits for effort to stop. Daniel felt a gentle heaviness spread through his body, not weight, settling, like sand sinking to the bottom of water. The thoughts grew slower, less frequent. When they appeared, they felt far away, less convincing. Another urge arose. I should make sure my phone is on silent. He noticed the urge, felt it in the chest. A small pull forward, and then he let it pass. Nothing terrible happened. The room remained quiet. The night remained still. The urge faded. The body relaxed a little more. Daniel noticed the space between breaths widening. The pause after each exhale felt soft, inviting. He did not step into it. He allowed it to be there. This was the part he usually missed. The fragile edge where rest deepens if left alone. The Buddha taught that awakening often happens in the spaces we normally rush through. Daniel felt his jaw unclench, the muscles around his eyes loosen, the forehead smoothed. The body was finishing the moment he had almost interrupted. He realized how often he had done this, at night, during breaks, even during pleasant moments in the day, interrupting rest before it could fully arrive, out of habit, out of mistrust, out of the belief that something else needed attention. Tonight, nothing needed attention. The night was capable of holding itself. Daniel felt a wave of tiredness pass through him. Not exhaustion, completion. The kind that comes when something is allowed to finish. His awareness grew dimmer, not abruptly, gently, like a light being lowered slowly. Thoughts thinned. The edges of the room softened. There was no effort now, no waiting, no checking. The moment had nearly completed itself. In the next part of this story, a brief awakening before morning will quietly seal this understanding, showing how rest becomes deep and natural when we stop breaking it apart. Sometime before morning, Daniel woke gently, not awake in the usual way, just aware enough to notice that he was still, very still. The room was quiet, the kind of quiet that did not ask to be filled. He did not open his eyes right away. He felt the bed beneath him, the blanket resting lightly over his legs. His breathing was slow, deep, unforced. For a moment, the familiar habit stirred. Should I move? Should I check the time? The thoughts were faint, almost distant. They no longer carried urgency. Daniel noticed something quietly surprising. The moment did not break just because the thoughts appeared. The body did not tense. The breath did not shorten. Nothing needed to be corrected. He let the thoughts pass without answering them. They faded like mist. The Buddha taught that rest deepens when we stop responding to every mental movement. Daniel stayed where he was. He did not try to fall asleep again. He did not try to stay awake. He allowed the moment to remain unfinished. The body understood immediately. A deeper heaviness settled in. Not weight, completion. As if something long interrupted had finally been allowed to end. He realized something gently. All those nights he thought he couldn't sleep. It wasn't that sleep was absent. It was that he kept interrupting the doorway it came through. Tonight, that doorway had been left open, untouched. The breath slowed further. The pause after each exhale widened. The mind no longer searched for one last thing to do. There was nothing to finish, nothing to improve, nothing to double check. The moment was complete because it was uninterrupted. Daniel drifted back into sleep without noticing the transition. There was no edge, no fall, just a soft dissolving. In the morning, light entered the room quietly. Daniel woke feeling different, not alert, not energized, but rested in a deep, unfamiliar way, as if the night had truly ended. He stayed in bed for a few moments, not checking the time, not planning the day, just noticing the stillness. The urge to interrupt did not appear, or if it did, it passed without being followed. He realized something simple and true. Rest does not require effort. It requires trust. Trust that the moment knows how to finish itself if we stop stepping in. The Buddha taught that when we stop breaking our own peace, peace becomes reliable. Daniel got out of bed slowly. The morning unfolded without urgency, and something had changed. He no longer felt chased by the need to do one more thing. The moment ended when it ended, and he allowed it. As you rest here now, listening, you may notice how your own body responds when moments are allowed to complete themselves, when rest is not interrupted, when stillness is trusted. In the next story, we will explore another very subtle habit of the mind, not interruption, but mental rehearsing. That quiet way we prepare conversations, outcomes, and responses that may never happen. Through a very ordinary situation, the Buddha's teaching on letting the mind stand down will gently unfold. If you are awake, you may continue listening. If you are drifting, that is perfect. When you are ready, we will begin Story 3. The conversation he practiced in his head. The room was quiet enough that Leo could hear his own breathing. He lay on his back, eyes open, staring at the ceiling where shadows moved gently with the passing cars outside. Sleep was close. Not here yet, but close enough to feel. And then, without warning, the conversation began. Not out loud, inside. A sentence formed, then another. Leo replayed a voice that wasn't present. He imagined his own response. Clear, measured, calm. He adjusted the wording. That part didn't sound right. He tried again. The Buddha taught that the mind often rehearses not because something will happen, but because it believes preparation prevents suffering. Leo shifted slightly on the bed. The mattress adjusted under his weight. The room remained unchanged. But inside, the conversation continued. He imagined a pause, then a reaction, then his reply. He explained himself perfectly this time. he felt a small sense of relief. Brief. Then the scene changed. Another version. Another possible outcome. Another tone. His chest tightened just a little. Not anxiety. Just engagement. The kind that keeps the mind awake. Leo noticed his breath had moved higher, shorter, as if he were already speaking, already responding, already there. But the room was still quiet. The conversation was not happening. It existed only in his head. He sighed softly, not in frustration, in recognition. He had done this many nights before, practicing conversations that might never occur, preparing responses that might never be needed. The Buddha taught that mental rehearsal is a way the mind tries to control time. Leo felt the truth of that. By rehearsing, he felt ready, protected, less exposed, but also less rested. The imagined conversation moved on. Now, he was explaining something again, clarifying, making sure he was understood. He adjusted his tone, not too defensive, not too soft, just right. His jaw tightened slightly. He noticed it and realized something gently. His body did not know that the conversation was imaginary. It was responding as if it were real. Muscles engaged, breath altered, nervous system activated, all for a moment that did not exist. Leo placed one hand on his chest, felt the warmth, the steady beat beneath his palm. In, out. For a brief moment, the conversation paused. Not because he stopped it, but because his attention returned to the body. Then, quietly, it started again. A new line, a better phrasing, a different ending. The Buddha taught that the mind believes it must be ready before it can rest. Leo realized how tired that belief had made him. Always preparing, always anticipating, always rehearsing, as if life were a performance that could be perfected in advance. He noticed how the imagined conversation had no end. Each answer led to another imagined question. Each resolution led to another scenario. There was no finish line, only movement. He felt the subtle restlessness beneath it all. Not fear, just vigilance, the need to be prepared. Leo closed his eyes gently. The darkness behind his eyelids felt wide, spacious. He did not try to stop the conversation. He did not argue with it. He simply noticed it as movement, like clouds passing. The conversation continued for a while, then slowed, then shifted, then returned. The Buddha taught that we do not need to silence the mind. We need to stop stepping into its stories. Leo felt the truth of that teaching settle quietly. He did not step into the next sentence. He let it form without following it. The conversation felt incomplete, unfinished, and for the first time, he allowed it to remain that way. His breath deepened slightly. The body softened just a bit. The rehearsal lost some of its momentum. Not gone, but less vivid. Leo stayed with the sensation of not continuing, of not correcting, of not perfecting. The imagined voices grew quieter, less convincing. He felt tired now, not mentally exhausted, gently ready. The kind of readiness that comes when the mind steps back. In the next part of this story, a very subtle moment during the night will gently deepen this realization, revealing how rest appears when the mind no longer rehearses what does not yet exist. Leo stayed still. He did not try to push the conversation away. He did not try to finish it either. He simply allowed it to be unfinished. At first, that felt uncomfortable. The mind wanted completion. It wanted the final sentence, the perfect response, the moment where everything was understood. Without that ending, the conversation felt loose, unresolved, and the mind did not like loose ends. The Buddha taught that the mind clings to rehearsal because it believes completion equals safety. Leo noticed how the imagined dialogue kept trying to pull him back in. A sentence would appear, not loud, just clear enough to follow. He felt the familiar urge to respond, to continue, to improve the wording. He did not. He let the sentence sit there, unanswered. The body reacted first, a slight restlessness in the legs, a faint tightening in the throat, as if he were holding back speech, holding back action. This was new territory. Usually, he followed the rehearsal until exhaustion. Tonight, he stayed at the edge of it. The breath moved slowly, in, out. The conversation tried again. A new angle, a different tone. He noticed how persuasive it felt. Just one more thought, the mind suggested. Then you can rest. Leo almost smiled. He had heard that promise many times before, and it had never been true. He stayed with the breath, the steady rise and fall beneath his chest, the contact of his body with the bed, the quiet support holding him. The rehearsal began to lose its sharpness. The imagined voices became softer, less detailed, like a radio slowly losing signal. The Buddha taught that the mind rehearses because it is afraid of being unprepared. But the body was not afraid. The body was tired, and it knew how to rest. Leo felt the difference clearly now. The body wanted to sink. The mind wanted to plan. He chose gently to follow the body, not by force, by attention. He placed his awareness in the heaviness of his limbs, the weight of his arms, the warmth of the blanket, the steady pressure beneath his back. The rehearsal continued in the background, but it no longer felt central. It was something happening, not something he was inside. A thought drifted through him. What if I don't rehearse, and I say the wrong thing? He noticed the fear beneath the question. Small, old, the fear of being unready. The Buddha taught that readiness does not come from thinking ahead. It comes from being present. Leo let the question pass without answering it. Nothing collapsed. The bed still held him. The room remained quiet. The night continued. The rehearsal weakened further. Now it was just fragments, half sentences, tones without words, echoes without speakers. His breath slowed. The pause after each exhale grew longer, more spacious, inviting. Leo did not step into the pause. He allowed it to exist. This was the space he usually rushed past, the space where the mind had nothing to do, where it could finally stand down. The Buddha taught that peace arrives when the mind realizes it is not needed right now. Leo felt that realization not as a thought, but as a release. The jaw softened. The muscles around his eyes relaxed. The imagined conversation faded almost completely. Not ended, not resolved, just unattended. He felt a wave of sleepiness move through him. Not sudden, gentle, like a curtain slowly closing. His awareness dimmed, thoughts thinned. The body sank deeper into the mattress. The moment no longer needed rehearsal. There was nothing to prepare for, nothing to perfect, nothing to anticipate. Just this quiet, this rest, the night holding him. In the next part of this story, a brief awakening near morning will quietly complete this lesson, showing how much energy is saved when the mind no longer rehearses what may never happen. Sometime before morning, Leo became aware again. Not awake, not asleep, just floating. The room was still, dark, quiet in a way that did not feel empty. His body felt heavy, warm, comfortably held by the bed. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, very softly, a thought tried to form. Not a full sentence, just the beginning of one. The familiar shape of a reply, a tone, a preparation. And then it stopped. Not because Leo pushed it away, but because there was no energy behind it. The rehearsal had run out of momentum. He noticed this without effort, without judgment. The mind no longer felt the need to practice. There was nothing approaching, nothing waiting, nothing to prepare for. The Buddha taught that when the mind realizes there is no immediate demand, it naturally becomes quiet. Leo felt that truth settle deeply now, not as understanding, as relief. His breath moved slowly, in, out. The pause after each breath felt wide, safe, unthreatening. He did not enter the pause. He allowed it to remain. The imagined conversation did not return, not even faintly. It had not been finished, not concluded, not resolved. It had simply been abandoned, and that was enough. Leo felt how different this was from forcing thoughts away. Nothing had been pushed. Nothing had been silenced. The mind had simply stopped working overtime. He drifted back into deeper sleep without noticing when it happened. There was no crossing point, no edge, just a gradual fading. In the morning, light entered the room quietly. Leo woke with a sense of spaciousness, not excitement, not clarity, just space. The mind was not busy, not rehearsing, not reviewing. He lay there for a few moments, noticing how calm his body felt. There was no urge to run through the day ahead, no internal dialogue preparing responses, just awareness, present. He realized something gently. The conversations he had practiced so many nights had never made him safer. They had only kept him alert, kept him working. And now, having let one go unfinished, the body felt rested in a deeper way. The Buddha taught that wisdom is not always found by thinking ahead. Sometimes it is found by letting the mind arrive late. Leo stood up slowly and moved through his morning quietly. When thoughts came, they were simple, functional. They did not spiral into rehearsal. They did not multiply. The mind responded only when needed, and then rested again. Something had shifted, not permanently, but enough. Enough to know that not every moment needs preparation. Enough to trust that life can be met as it comes. As you rest here now, listening, you may notice how your own mind responds when it no longer needs to rehearse, when there is nothing to prepare for, nothing to get ready for. In the next story, we will explore another very subtle habit of the mind, not rehearsal, but mental reviewing. That quiet replaying of the day, scanning for mistakes, improvements, or missed moments. Through a very ordinary experience, the Buddha's teaching on letting the day end completely will gently unfold. If you are awake, you may continue listening. If you are drifting, that is perfect. When you are ready, we will begin Story 4. The day she kept going over. The light in the bedroom was already off. The room was dark, except for a thin line of glow slipping in from the hallway. Hannah lay on her side, facing the wall, her body tired in a familiar way. The day had been long, not difficult, not dramatic, just full. And now it was over. Or at least, it was supposed to be. Her body felt ready to sleep. Her mind did not. As soon as she closed her eyes, the day began again. Not in order, not clearly, just pieces. A moment from the morning appeared. Something she said, the way someone responded. Was her tone too short? She shifted slightly under the blanket. The memory changed. Now it was the afternoon. A task she finished. Or maybe didn't finish quite right. Did she forget to follow up? The Buddha taught that the mind reviews because it believes review leads to improvement. Hannah sighed softly, not in frustration, in recognition. This had become her nightly habit. The body would lie down, and the mind would stand up and begin walking backward through the day. She noticed how automatic it was. No decision involved. The review simply started. A conversation replayed. She heard her own voice, then imagined what she should have said instead. The scene adjusted itself, improved. Doubt. Then another moment followed, and another. Her breath had grown shallow, higher in the chest, as if she were quietly working. She placed one hand on her stomach and tried to feel the breath move lower. It did, briefly. Then the next memory appeared. The Buddha taught that the mind struggles to let go of what it believes is unfinished. Hannah realized how rarely a day felt finished. There was always something that could have gone better, something that could have been said differently, something left unresolved. And so the mind kept the day alive, refusing to let it end. She turned onto her back and stared at the ceiling. The darkness above her felt wide, endless. The day, however, felt close, crowded. She noticed the tension in her jaw, the slight pressure behind her eyes. The body wanted rest. The mind wanted review. Another memory surfaced, a small one, not important, almost trivial. And yet her mind lingered on it, turned it over, examined it. The Buddha taught that reviewing the past is often a way to avoid resting in the present. Hannah felt that truth land gently. The review did not feel useful. It felt compulsive, like touching a sore spot just to see if it was still there. She noticed something quietly important. No matter how much she reviewed, the day did not change. Nothing improved. Nothing resolved. The mind just grew more tired. She closed her eyes again and let the memories pass without following them. At first, this felt like losing control, like abandoning responsibility. If I don't review, I'll repeat the same mistakes. The thought appeared clearly. The Buddha taught that wisdom is not found by punishing ourselves with memory. Hannah stayed still. The bed supported her. The blanket warmed her. The night held the room quietly. The day had already ended. Only the mind was keeping it alive. She noticed how strange it felt to let a memory arise and not correct it, to let it be imperfect, unfinished, unfixed. The memory faded on its own. Another tried to take its place. She let that one fade too. The review slowed slightly, not stopped, but less detailed, less vivid. She felt a small softening in her chest, a tiny release. The Buddha taught that when we stop reopening the past, the present has space to settle. Hannah felt tired now, not from the day, from the reviewing. She let her breath deepen, in, out. The day was still there, but it was losing its grip. The edges blurred. The scenes lost their sharpness. She realized something gently. The day did not need to be understood. It needed to be allowed to end. In the next part of this story, a quiet moment during the night will gently deepen this realization, showing how rest arrives when we stop carrying the day forward. Hannah stayed lying on her back, eyes closed. The room did not move. The night did not rush her. Only the mind continued its quiet work. A memory surfaced again. Not sharp this time. Softer, almost blurred around the edges. It was something small, a look, a pause, a moment that had passed without ceremony. Her mind leaned toward it automatically, ready to improve it, ready to correct it. And then she noticed the movement. Not the memory itself, but the leaning. The Buddha taught that suffering often comes not from what appears, but from how quickly we move toward it. Hannah did not follow the memory. She did not push it away. She simply stayed where she was. The bed beneath her felt solid, supportive. She felt the gentle rise of her breath, in, out. The memory hovered for a moment, then faded. Another appeared. This one felt heavier, more charged. Something from earlier in the day, a situation she wished had gone differently. Her body reacted immediately. A subtle tightening in the chest, a shallow breath. The urge to fix it arose, to replay it, to make it end better this time. The Buddha taught that the mind believes if it replays something enough, it can finally lay it to rest. But Hannah had replayed this moment before, many times, and it had never rested. She noticed the pattern clearly now. The replay did not bring relief. It brought activity. It kept the nervous system awake. She placed one hand gently over her heart, felt the warmth there, the steady beat. She stayed with that sensation. The memory remained in the background, but she did not enter it. The body responded slowly. The tightness softened, not completely, but enough. The breath dropped lower. The mind hesitated, as if unsure what to do next. This pause felt unfamiliar. Usually, the review flowed from one moment to the next. Now, there was a gap, a small, quiet gap. The Buddha taught that when we stop feeding a habit, it pauses, not because it understands, but because it has nothing to work with. Hannah rested in the gap. She did not fill it. She noticed the weight of her legs, the warmth of the blanket, the quiet presence of the room. The day tried again. A flash of an image, a fragment of a conversation. She noticed it arise and let it pass. This felt almost too simple, too easy. Surely I should think about this, the mind suggested. This matters. She smiled faintly in the dark, not in dismissal, in kindness. Yes, it had mattered, and now it didn't need to matter anymore. The day had already lived itself. She realized something gently. Reviewing the day did not honor it. It prevented it from ending. She allowed another memory to appear and fade, then another, each one softer than the last, less convincing. The reviewing slowed, like a machine losing power. The mind grew quieter, not silent, but less busy. She noticed the space between thoughts growing wider, more breathable. The Buddha taught that rest comes when we stop reopening what has already closed. Hannah felt a deep tiredness spread through her body, not exhaustion, completion. The kind of tiredness that comes when something is finally set down. Her breathing became slow and steady. In, out. The day no longer felt close. It felt distant, as if it belonged to another time, which it did. She felt safe letting it go. Nothing bad happened. Nothing was lost. The world did not demand review. The night did not require reflection, only rest. The last few thoughts drifted through like leaves on water. They did not settle. They did not stay. They passed. The edges of her awareness softened. The room faded. The sense of time loosened. Hannah did not notice the exact moment sleep arrived. She did not cross into it. She sank into it. The day finally ended, not because it was understood, but because it was allowed to rest. Sometime before morning, Hannah surfaced gently, not waking, not sleeping, just aware. The room was still wrapped in darkness, quiet in a way that felt settled. Her body lay heavy against the mattress, supported without effort. For a moment, nothing happened. No thoughts, no memories, just breath. Then, softly, a fragment tried to return. A moment from yesterday. Not clear, not sharp. Just the faint outline of something that had once mattered. Hannah noticed it, and noticed something else at the same time. There was no urge to follow it, no pull to correct it, no need to explain or improve it. The mind had learned, quietly, how to stop reopening the door. The Buddha taught that when a habit is no longer fed, it releases us without drama. The fragment faded on its own, not pushed, not rejected, simply unnecessary. Hannah turned slightly onto her side. The movement was slow, natural. Her breath flowed easily, in, out. She realized something gently profound. The day had ended hours ago, and nothing bad had happened when she let it go. No lesson was lost, no responsibility neglected. The world did not ask her to review it again. The night had held her just fine. She drifted back into deeper sleep without noticing when it happened. There was no edge, no moment of crossing, just a soft dissolving. In the morning, light entered the room quietly. Hannah woke feeling steady, not energized, not especially refreshed, but complete, as if the night had done its work fully. She lay in bed for a few moments, noticing the absence of pressure. The day before did not rush back. There was no immediate replay, no scanning for mistakes, just presence. The Buddha taught that when we allow one day to end, the next can begin lightly. Hannah moved through her morning slowly. As she brushed her teeth, she noticed a thought arise. Yesterday went fast. The thought passed. It did not expand. It did not invite review. She smiled faintly, not because the habit was gone forever, but because she now recognized it. She knew the difference between reflection and restlessness, between learning and looping. The day before stayed where it belonged, finished. As she stepped into the new day, she felt less burdened, not because she had improved, but because she had stopped carrying what was already over. As you rest here now, listening, you may notice how your own body responds when the day is allowed to end completely, when the past is not reopened, when nothing needs to be reviewed. In the final story, we will explore one last, very subtle habit of the mind. Not vigilance, not rehearsal, not review, but anticipating tiredness. That quiet way we tell ourselves we will be exhausted tomorrow, before tomorrow even arrives. Through a very ordinary moment, the Buddha's teaching on not borrowing fatigue from the future will gently unfold. If you are awake, you may continue listening. If you are drifting, that is perfect. When you are ready, we will begin Story 5. The tiredness. He felt too early. It began as a thought, a simple one, not dramatic, not emotional, just a quiet sentence that appeared in Oliver's mind as he turned off the light. Tomorrow is going to be exhausting. He lay down on his bed, pulling the blanket up to his chest. The room was dark, still. His body, in this moment, felt fine, not energized, not drained, just neutral. And yet, the thought stayed. Tomorrow will be a long day. Oliver sighed softly, not because he was tired now, but because he imagined himself tired later. The Buddha taught that the mind often suffers by visiting a future that has not yet arrived. Oliver noticed how the thought changed his body immediately. His shoulders tightened slightly. His breath shortened. His chest felt heavier, as if tomorrow had already begun. He shifted onto his side, trying to get comfortable. The bed felt good, supportive. The night was quiet. Nothing in the room demanded effort, and yet his body behaved as if effort were already required. He noticed the pattern clearly now. He had done this many times before. The night before travel, the night before a busy meeting, the night before responsibility. He would feel tired in advance, as if preparing for fatigue would make it easier to handle. The Buddha taught that we often borrow pain from the future and carry it into the present. Oliver rested one hand on his stomach and felt his breath move. In, out. The breath was calm, unstrained. His body was not asking for rest out of desperation. It was simply ready to sleep. And yet, the mind continued to project. I won't get enough rest. I'll be worn out by noon. I'm already behind. Each thought felt practical, protective, as if anticipating tiredness was a way to stay in control. Oliver smiled faintly in the dark, not amused, aware. He realized how strange it was. Tomorrow, did not exist yet, and still it was already affecting him. He felt a slight pressure behind his eyes, not from tiredness, from expectation. He noticed how the body responded to the idea of fatigue the same way it would respond to fatigue itself. The nervous system did not know the difference. It prepared, it tightened, it conserved energy. The Buddha taught that the body lives in the present, but the mind often lives ahead. Oliver let the thought remain without adding to it. He did not argue. He did not reassure himself. He simply noticed the contrast. Right now, lying here, he was safe, supported, at rest. Nothing was heavy. Nothing was urgent. Nothing was required. And yet, the imagined tomorrow cast a shadow backward. He took a slow breath in, then out. The thought softened slightly. Not gone, but less convincing. He realized something gently. Feeling tired tomorrow would not be helped by feeling tired tonight. Borrowing fatigue did not make him stronger. It only robbed the present moment of ease. He let that realization settle without turning it into a rule. The body responded first. The breath deepened a little. The shoulders dropped. The imagined heaviness lightened slightly. Tomorrow was still there, waiting. But it no longer pressed so hard against now. Oliver allowed his attention to return to the simple sensations. The mattress beneath him, the warmth of the blanket, the quiet of the room. These things were real. Tomorrow was not. The Buddha taught that peace comes when we stop carrying what has not yet arrived. Oliver felt the truth of that not as an idea, but as a softening. The thought appeared once more. But it really will be tiring. He noticed it. And then he noticed something else. Even if that were true, this moment still did not need to carry it. He did not need to solve tomorrow with tonight. The body seemed to understand. The breath slowed further. The edges of the room softened. The sense of time loosened. The thought of tomorrow drifted farther away. Not erased, just postponed. He felt a gentle heaviness spread through his limbs. Not fatigue. Readiness. The kind that comes when the present moment is allowed to be enough. In the next part of this story, a very quiet moment during the night will gently deepen this understanding, revealing how much rest becomes available when we stop borrowing tiredness from a future that has not yet arrived. Oliver remained where he was. The room did not ask anything of him. The night did not rush him forward. Only the thought of tomorrow lingered, hovering at the edge of his awareness. It's going to be a long day. The sentence no longer felt loud. It felt habitual, like a phrase the mind repeated because it had always done so. The Buddha taught that many of our burdens are carried out of familiarity, not necessity. Oliver noticed how the body responded each time the thought returned. A small tightening, a subtle guarding, a breath that paused before releasing, as if the body were bracing for something that had not yet arrived. He placed one hand on his chest and felt the steady rhythm there. Unhurried, reliable. The heart was not worried about tomorrow. It beat for now. He let his attention rest there for a while. The thought appeared again. I won't have enough energy. He did not push it away. He did not reassure himself. He simply noticed the timing. Tomorrow was not here. Tonight was. The Buddha taught that when the mind travels ahead, the body stays behind. Oliver felt that split clearly now. His body was ready to rest. The mind was already waking up early, already working, already tired. He noticed how strange that was. Fatigue without effort, exhaustion without movement, borrowed tiredness. He allowed his breath to lengthen slightly on the exhale, not forcing it, just allowing gravity to help. The breath moved out, then returned on its own, in, out. With each exhale, the imagined weight lightened a little. Not because tomorrow disappeared, but because it loosened its hold on now. Oliver realized something gently. He had been trying to prepare for tiredness instead of allowing rest, as if anticipating fatigue would protect him from it. But it never had. It had only made nights heavier. The Buddha taught that preparation has its place, but rest is not preparation. Rest is surrender. Oliver felt the truth of that settle quietly. The body did not need to be trained for tomorrow. It needed to be restored now. The thought shifted. What if I don't sleep well? Another familiar one. He noticed how easily the mind changed costumes, from tiredness to worry, from tomorrow to tonight. Different stories, same movement, leaning away from the present. He stayed with the sensations instead, the coolness of the air near his face, the warmth under the blanket, the steady support beneath his back. These things were trustworthy. They did not predict. They simply existed. The thought of tomorrow softened further. It felt farther away now, less immediate, like a distant weather forecast, not something happening here. Oliver noticed how the body responded to this shift. The shoulders dropped, the jaw unclenched, the space behind the eyes relaxed. The nervous system no longer prepared. It began to stand down. The Buddha taught that when the future is released, the present becomes spacious. Oliver felt that space open gently. There was room to breathe, room to rest, room to be unfinished. He did not promise himself that tomorrow would be easy. He did not need to. Ease was not a contract. It was a moment-by-moment experience. And right now, this moment was gentle. The thought returned once more, faint, almost out of habit. But tomorrow, he noticed it and let it drift by without finishing the sentence. The body did not follow it. The breath continued, slow, deep, unconcerned. He realized something quietly important. The body did not borrow fatigue. Only the mind did. And the mind could learn to stay where the body was, here, now, at rest. A wave of sleepiness moved through him, not sudden, like a tide, pulling him gently inward. The edges of the room softened. The sense of time loosened. Tomorrow felt far away, not threatening, just not present. Oliver allowed himself to sink. No preparing, no bracing, no forecasting, just rest. In the next part of this story, a brief moment before morning will quietly complete this lesson, showing how much lighter the body feels when it stops carrying tiredness that does not belong to now. Sometime before morning, Oliver drifted back into awareness. Not awake, not asleep, just present. The room was still wrapped in darkness. Quiet. The kind of quiet that felt settled, not waiting for anything to happen. His body felt heavy in a comfortable way, supported, held. For a brief moment, there were no thoughts at all, just breath. Then, softly, a familiar idea tried to return. Tomorrow. The word formed without finishing itself. Oliver noticed it, and noticed something else at the same time. The body did not respond. There was no tightening, no bracing, no anticipation. The thought had lost its power. It was just a word now, not a burden. The Buddha taught that when we stop carrying the future, the present regains its natural strength. Oliver felt that strength quietly, not as energy, as steadiness. His breath moved slowly, in, out. Each exhale felt long and complete, as if the body were gently emptying itself of everything it did not need. The idea of tiredness no longer felt close. It belonged to another time, another moment, not this one. He realized something gently profound. He had been tired early, not because life demanded it, but because he expected it. And when the expectation softened, so did the fatigue. The body knew how to rest when it was not warned in advance. Oliver drifted back into deeper sleep. There was no transition to notice, no edge, just a soft dissolving. In the morning, light entered the room quietly. Oliver woke feeling steady, not unusually refreshed, not energized, but present. He lay still for a few moments and noticed how his body felt. There was no heaviness from tomorrow, no sense of borrowing, just this morning, this breath, this moment. He smiled faintly, not because the day ahead would be easy, but because he no longer needed to carry it before it arrived. The Buddha taught that each moment comes with its own energy. We do not need to carry tomorrow's weight into today. Oliver got out of bed slowly. The day began, and it felt lighter because it had been allowed to begin on its own. Now, there is nothing left to do, nothing left to prepare for, nothing left to review, nothing left to anticipate. The stories can rest. They do not need to be remembered. Like footprints in sand, they soften and fade once the walking stops. Tonight, we did not try to fix the mind. We did not silence thoughts. We did not force calm. We simply noticed how much effort comes from habits we did not know we were carrying, staying alert, interrupting rest, rehearsing conversations, reviewing the day, borrowing tiredness from the future, and gently we allowed those habits to loosen. This is the Buddha's teaching, not adding peace, but removing the weight that was never required. So now, allow your body to settle completely. If you are lying down, feel how the surface beneath you supports you without effort. You do not need to hold yourself together anymore. Let the shoulders drop. Let the jaw soften. Let the tongue rest gently. There is nowhere else to go tonight. Bring your attention to the breath, not to control it, not to change it, just to feel it. Breathing in, breathing out. Each breath arrives on its own. Each breath leaves on its own. Just like thoughts, just like moments, just like this day. If a thought appears, let it pass. If a feeling arises, let it move through. Nothing needs to be fixed. Nothing needs to be prepared. Even sleep does not need to be invited. Sleep comes naturally when the body feels safe and the mind stops working ahead of time. With each exhale, sink a little deeper, as if the future is being gently set down, as if tomorrow is being returned to where it belongs. If you are still awake, that is perfectly fine. If you drift in and out, that is perfectly fine. If you fall asleep now, that is exactly right. Nothing more is required. Life will meet you when it arrives. And until then, you are allowed to rest. Good night. sleep deeply.